All right, we're getting started here. Hopefully everything works out as it should. I think with the dual stream thing that if you find the stream naturally, it's always the 16 by 9. But if you are on the shorts feed, you can find it there. The way it's explained through YouTube isn't super clear, but we'll see. Anyway, jump scare, hello! My name is Andrew from Podunk Games, and we are going to be doing some work on Mountains and Molehills today. There's quite a bit that has to happen. I've got kind of a checklist here that you guys can see. It's just a whole lot that has to be done, and we're just going to try to push for all of it and attempt to get all of the stuff that's absolutely necessary in, and little things that don't have to be perfect. Like, there's an animation bug that technically could stay in. It's not the end of the world, but I'd prefer it to look good. So we're going to be attempting to just get all of the necessary stuff in. Like all of the animations and attacks to make sure that they actually work. And whatever we can't do, we can't do. But this is the push. This is the crunch time for the alpha build of the game, which should be next Wednesday is the launch date for the alpha build. It's not really launching. I guess launching's not the right word, but that's what I've been saying. Clancy's always cat of the day. Clancy has only been cat of the day one time other than this. It's been Chimmy twice, and it's been Bart twice, I think. So, yeah, it's an internal alpha, but it's effectively a demo version for people that we meet in person to try out at some events that we're going to go to. So, what we're going to be mostly focusing on today is getting the animations for the beatdown beat, and hopefully, eventually, these two, depending on what she's able to get done. And then everything else will just come in time. Alright, so the beatdown beat has been redesigned. You probably have, probably remember what it used to look like if you've been around a little while here. So this is the beatdown beat from before, which is just a flat texture. Me? Yes, you. This is the beatdown beat from before. It's just a flat texture that it would swap between them and kind of morph and move with the animation system in Godot. But now it is an actual proper puppet where it has all these different parts that are individually animatable. So we can, do stuff like this, Ah. Ah. And so the animations are going to be able to be a lot more interesting. So I have a few of them that are set up so far, so you guys can see. This is the primary idol. It's just kind of like a heavy breathing type thing, with a little neck roll there at the end. And we have idol 1, which this one, my wife is saying is creepy, so I'm definitely going to have to keep it. Idol 2, which is another similar little breathing one, some foot taps and some leaf twitches. And finally, idol 3, which is a little bit of a flex. And that's what I've got so far. So what we have to still add is a hurt animation. The death one is very, very simple. That one will be quick. We need the buff and the attack. I feel like the arms should wiggle a little on the neck roll, since the neck is non-existent. Let's see. Oh, like the arm should move that way and that way. Okay, I can do that. I think that's a good point. So we'll come down to here. And we will add a... Oh, that's the wrong arm. I knew I was going to do that. Come down to arm right here. Whoa. Hold on. So right when the head starts to move, we'll add a keyframe. And right when the head gets to the middle, we'll add a keyframe. Did I add the keyframe at the wrong? No, I did the right thing. Just like so. Uh-oh. Yeah, that was bad. And at the apex of it right there. And we'll just shift that over a hair, so now. We'll do the same thing up here. Go position. And back to the center, right there. Oh. Then we go to the apex of the movement right there. And we'll move that over like so. So now we get this. It's just a little movement. I mean, I could make it more so, if that's not enough. I could probably bring this like out there. This out like that. What do you think? Is that enough? Is it too much? Kind of does a little knuckle crack thing there as well. Alright, so I think these 4 idle animations are enough for now. We'll see how they loop, if they work out good. I think I'm probably going to make an absolute maximum of 5 idle animations per character. Just depending on how intrusive they get. Is this cup transparent? Wow. If I need to show you something, I just put the cup in front of it. Green cups on a green screen. What a smart guy I am. Alright, so we need to make a hurt animation here. So I'm going to go grab all of these tracks. Oh! Agreed. Alright, so we will create a hurt animation. I hurt myself today. Alright, so I want all of the hurt animations to be pretty close. And I said this last time when we were working on the Munch Room. I want them all to kind of have the same flow. So I want the character to get knocked back up to the 0.4 second mark. And then start resetting at the 0.75. 4, 7, 5. Back to the start by the end of the second, and then any extra like jiggle physics type stuff can happen after that. And the whole reason to do it with the same timing is it just makes all of the other animating that has to go on to make the damage happen a lot simpler to deal with. So at that 0.4 second mark, and I'm going to change this to 0.025. It's easier to work with. Go out here. So by 0.4 seconds, we are going to let's have the beat rotated like this. see. Oops. I need this leg to kind of stay in place, so it's got to go to the right and down. So I'm not going to have him get knocked back very far because he's kind of a you know, big guy. Have his eyes change to the stun. And mouth change to so. And this arm here, come out like so. This arm can come in. And we'll go right up to the half-second mark and use that to bring the leaves forward. Make it look like everything's got kind of a some weight to it. So come back like so. And I'll even bring this leg up a hair. Let's see, how do I want to do this? Alright, that's not so bad. So then we'll have at the 0.75 mark approximately. We will put a new keyframe everywhere that we have moved. And that will kind of let us reset from there. Now, I'm not the best animator in the world. This is just kind of my workflow. It works out. One thing I will do is I'm going to kind of move the leaves in a way that's believable. I might actually get rid of these keyframes and just do it manually. So around here, let's have the leaves kind of start working their way back. Because as soon as we get here, jumps back to the start, which we'll just do by grabbing every keyframe from the beginning, pasting it at the end, and then kind of manually altering it. We'll be in pretty good shape. go up here. Copy all those, go to the 1 second mark. Smash that in there. So what I like to do is around here, I'll take this and I will make it so he kind of hops back to the start. I think that always looks good. So the difference between this and this is approximately 21. So we'll do the same here. And here. And then we will do a keyframe here. And what this is going to be is just a little hop into the air like so. We'll just make that flat -100. I keep on irritating Clancy because the cat keeps on sticking his paw out of the cat tree, so I pet him and wake him back up. Aw. So 21 plus 10, we're gonna go 31 back. Do that right here. Actually, we'll just do the 20. I'm gonna move that back to there. Okay. Okay, I fixed Waffle's flour. Time to T-pose the taters. Nice. All right, I'm quite happy about that. Being able to get the Spuddies back in is gonna be big. Alright, so our hurt animation looks like this. Alright, and so by this point, we are going to take the leaves and move those. Again, just to give weight to everything. So we want to make sure that the leaves keyframes are a little bit behind here. So these here. That works good. We'll then grab all of these and just make sure that the leaves get completely reset. That was the wrong keyframe to grab. I was like, huh? That looks strange. What shoes would each character in the game wear? I think the Spuddies would wear Heelys. Oh yeah, I can see that. The Spuddies wear Heelys. The beat down beat wears something expensive because he's very clearly obsessed with his looks. The Killer Carrot can just wear like white trainers, I guess. Or like New Balances, rather. What I was thinking of. And the Mole wears Crocs. True. Beat Down Beat wears black Air Force Ones. There you go. Welcome, Adam, to the stream. How you doing today? I think one of these movements happens a little too fast. Or maybe all of them. What we can do... go like this. Spread these out a hair. Yeah, that looks better. Alright, so all together, not so bad. Good, I recently woke up, sent some new stuff your way when you're done. Ooh, hold on. I'm gonna take a peek right now. Ooh, very nice. Alright, I'm gonna send these over right now because I am trying to get a whole bunch of stuff done. Like I said, here's the checklist for everything that I'm trying to get sorted while I get this stuff sent over. Thank you very much for sending that to me. Do. Alright, cool. I'm gonna get some stuff sorted here. I just hope you know that I have these files saved on my computer as mountains and molehill. Because, like, how could I not? Right? So, here, let me get this sent over to the game. Home screen, mountains and molehills. So, for those watching, here is the difference from what we're working with before. So, this is the home screen as it stands now. And I'm going to import the changed items here. So let's go downloads, grab these, shift them over, overwrite, and there's the re-import. I have to shift some stuff around, but yeah, I'm liking the change. Yeah, so I'm going to have to move the mountains, I think. Oops. With kind of like, I think I had it scaled to 1.5. I think that's why I'm having a hard time here. There we go. So it would be like that. We'll see how it looks. I opened it on the wrong monitor. Hold on. Please hold. Cozy maxing Bart. Aw. There we go. I think I need to make the logo have different parallax than the mountains. Then I think this will be perfect. Let's see. So I'll take the logo here. Now let me compare here. So the mountains parallax is 0.3.3, and the logo parallax is 0.3.3. Okay, that makes sense. So if I want them to move less, no, I want it to move more. So I'm gonna go 3.5. Try that. Oops. See what we get. Yeah, there we go. Now you really get that sense of depth. And we could jump down the molehill, select our aspect, and start. It works pretty good. I think that the coolest thing I added recently is like such a simple change, but now when you go up to the aspect screen, there's just this arrow to go back down. That's all it does, you know, but it lets you return to here, which is such a simple thing, but it's nice to have, you know. Especially once we have more menu items on here. The aspect selection screen goes very hard. Thank you. I'm really happy with how the painting turned out. I think that, like, with all the space paintings I've done, I think it might have been better if I did it on wood, just because I was more familiar with how it reacts, but, you know, I think that it came out good for a first try on canvas, especially. But yeah, the parallax looks so good with everything. I love that the new front layer can go just a little bit in front of the logo, but it never actually makes the text illegible. Like, it's just barely able to peek over it. Like, I don't even know if it was completely planned that way, but well, I guess it couldn't have been, because I have the parallax version and you have the drawn version, but it worked out perfect, you know, because there's no spot that you can get to that you can't make out what the logo says. I'm a big fan of how this home screen came out. I think it's really clean, you know. I have tomorrow off work, and I'd love to start my day with the compendium sprite. Yeah, if you want to get the compendium stuff going, that would be sick. So the vision, right? What I've got in mind for how that's gonna work. And you definitely don't have to go this far. What we can do for now, for the demo version, is we can take the compendium and just have it outside. But eventually I want to make it so you can click here and go into the molehill, and it's like a little, like, I want it to kind of how do I explain this? Give me 1 second. Let's see. Let's see, open image. I want it to kind of look like the inside of Link's house from Ocarina of Time, you know? I think that would be really cool. So, you know, you'd be in there and you'd have like the compendium, and you'd have a window looking outside with a mountain in the background and stuff. I think that would be a really cool, you know, stretch goal for how that would end up looking. But right now it would probably make the most sense to just put the compendium outside, and then I can work on the actual menuing for it. But also the compendium thing is kind of a stretch goal, so we should make sure we get everything that's needed to be done first, you know? I was thinking for the cover of the compendium book, you have a very fancy C, like the T in the Dirt in SpongeBob's essay. That's perfect. That would look so fire. It just looks like the Enchiridion from Adventure Time. Yeah, that would be super cool. Okay, so the hurt animation. It looks like everything resets how it should, so that should be good there. The hurt animation and the death animation are the only ones that are strictly required to get the character to work. I like that stylization there. That's funny. So how did I do the death one for the Munchroom? Did I just do it manually? Or did I just grab it? I think I probably just grabbed it. So if I go like death here and copy, jump over to the beat, manage animations, paste, will that just work? Oh my gosh, it just will. Nice. So at least that's simple enough for now. I do need to make sure that that my reset. So this is death sprite modulate, character visuals modulate. That's what it is. So if we go here, character visuals, modulate, we will add it to our reset frames. So the reason that you have to do that is when it makes the character invisible like this, that doesn't automatically reset. In fact, that doesn't reset either. So I have to go through and add those manually. So for instance, I'm going to take this and make it invisible and make the invisible part of the reset. I'll also make it so the modulate being at full opacity is part of this as well. There we go. Can you add text for game over? Yeah, let me put that on the list. That's a good point. Oh, no, don't do that. Okay. So I'll definitely have to do that. Okay, so we have hurt, we have all these idols, we have the death animation. We need the buff animation. So if we go back to the other beat scene, we can kind of look at what that looks like. So it goes like this. He flexes, turns red, and there's a puff of smoke. I might just steal this particle effect and add it to the character here. Put that right there. See what it looks like. That works out okay. So, for the animation itself, grab all of these. I just don't want these ones here. I don't need those. Everything else, though, I'll take. Copy. We're going to call this buff. And paste that there. We'll make this like a... How long is the original? 2 1/4 seconds. And it finishes at the 1.5 second mark. I can do that. It's so funny how much bigger this guy is. He's like really built, you know? Because like, let me show you something funny. So if we take the, this is gonna look wrong at first, but hold on. Just hear me out. That can't be right, hold on. No, it is like this. I guess he's not that huge. He definitely feels a lot bigger than he is. Just because he's like so, you know, totally built. I was gonna say, there's no way that was right. That would have been crazy. Yeah, so that's... Hold on. Because the offset or the visual? Yeah, okay. Could you scale down the onion a hair? What, like scale it down in its own scene? I want to make the onion a tad smaller than the beet. I mean, I can. It's not really ideal to be doing it that way, but it's not like illegal. Sorry for the blue screen flashbang there. So this is the problem. And this is why I don't want to do this. Every single animation breaks if you do this. So, you know, I'd rather not. I mean, there is a way to make it not break. Hold on. I think if I go like this and then I add like, no, don't do that. Just do it like that. That should be fine. So I scaled it down a hair, and I think all of the animation should... Did it reset the scale? It did. Yeah, it won't work because the I scale the character. And so it's gonna reset the scale every single time. Sorry. Alright, so 1.5 seconds is where that ends up going. So I think around the 0.3 second mark is where I'm going to have him actually... Yeah. 0.3 second mark is where I'm going to have him actually start doing or being in position. So what I will do, turn record back on. No, that's fine. We'll do it just like that. So... we will go ahead and give him the crazed animation here. He'll look real angry. Real angry. think I'll even kind of... So I think up to the 2.5 mark. What I'll do... Let's see, what would it take to... really scale these arms up? That didn't seem to work at all. Oh, I see what happened. I'm not recording scale. And I'm also gonna just kind of... I want him to really look insane as he's, you know, buffing up. And he'll just get a little bit more red. I think that's not quite what I want. Just a little red. I think the other thing I'm gonna do is move the head like that. So kind of hit one of these. He looks so insane, dude. This beat is so cool looking. Whoa. So about right here. Going back to the 0.6 mark, we will bring that color back down to normal. Might send over a slight palette change for the beet's eyes. Well, something to keep in mind is that it's, excuse me, it's altered for the sake of this animation. You'll see it actually, you know, is changing color there. Kind of like it. He looks entirely beat. I think the arm scaling up working this good is crazy. He looks like actually ripped. Alright, so right here I'm going to emit the smoke particles. So we'll go to our... do emitting, create reset track, yep. Throw that on there, and now should... yeah, so the smoke happens there, and then I'm going to have him go back to his regular position here. So we'll put all of this stuff, keyframes in. And that should make it easy to get him reset. All right. So, I actually don't need these ones. I think this is the same value now. Oh no, it did change. Cool. So we're gonna go through here, grab every one of these keyframes that has changed. Just like so. And we will reset him to his standard position. That'll be good. And I'll save that other stuff for after. I like to change the facial animations manually. That looks okay. I think I'll have the mouth change back early. Like this. And then the eyes will change right at the very end. And that should be everything I need for this to look kind of clean. All right, and we will add the status particles. So what we'll do is we're going to add the texture, which will swap to the attack texture. Status emblems, hit text emblems, here it is. Attack emblem. We're pretty much going to make that start emitting at the same time here. Status particles, emitting. think I'll have those emit basically up to here. So it'll go just like this. It's a little too short. We'll do it like this, I think. It's not too bad, right? So then we will add a new track, call method, and what this will do is basically tell the game when to actually play the, or when to actually give him the effect. So we'll have that happen basically right when it finishes. So that'll be emit hit point, and then at the end we will emit finish. All right, so what's cool is now we have everything we need for this character to actually function, right? So why don't we give it a test? We'll go through and actually throw him into the game and see what we get. So under the beat here, which this is busted at the moment because it hasn't been touched for a little while, we'll take this new scene asset, throw it in there, and we are going to use just the buff, which uses the buff animation there, and that should function exactly as intended, I think. So he's got 4 animations for idle. And let's just see if it works. So what we got to do now is just get the enemy index updated. So the beat down beat is able to spawn in. And I'm just gonna disable the munchrooms for now. That way we can ensure that we get to see them. Let's give it a go. Chimmy's pulling a Clancy and is chilling out next to me while drawing. Aw. Oh, my cup's green again. Gotta love it. Alright, here we go. See what we get. And the beatdown beat can't hurt us, so that's cool. It only has the buff. Let's see if it works. It might just crash the game. We'll see. He looks so much smaller than I thought he would. That's so funny. I don't know why I thought he was gonna be huge compared to the mole. Like, he's built, but he's not, like, you know, crazy. I don't know why I expected him to be, like, this big. He's just a baby. See how Clancy's watching over here? Alright. Let's see him do the attack here. In sync flexing. That was pretty good. Oh, you guys can see the new tooltip system and the ones that aren't set up. I'd say it looks pretty decent. Alright, let's give him a smack. I like how they can buff their attack, but they can't actually, like, attack with it. Oh, that was a new animation that I made this morning, by the way. Blink and you miss it, you know? Oh, yeah. I'll see if I can get that attack to play again, because I really like it. I did blink. I was busy typing about the flexing beat. Alright, so watch the flint. This is a new animation for sharp rocks. You'll see he throws it super fast. Need to set up tooltip. Yeah, that attack's not going to do anything, is it? Flexed to death. Yo, that's sick. I'm glad you like it. Oops, all heal hand. Yeah, the default hand that I have set up. Oh no. All right. So, the only problem with the new flint animation is I'm pretty sure that if I play that animation on the farthest target, that it's going to destroy everything. Let's see. Oh, it didn't look that ridiculous. I thought it was going to look way worse. I should have used that red clay first. I don't know what I was thinking. I was thinking too much about the flint. I love how all of these beats have no ability to hurt me, so they're just over there flexing. Like, they literally have no ability to attack, so they're just, like, having a great time. This is such a goofy scene when you think about what's actually going on. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you not buy tickets to the gun show? Ha-yeah! Alright, you guys can see the glitched out incidental animation that I need to fix. Because it's pretty bad. Yeah. Very broken. Let's see if I fix the shop screen at least. Because I was having a lot of trouble with that. The wobble shroom. Maybe. Yeah, no, it's still broken. You can see I can't hit the leave button quite right. It's only got like a really small hit target like right there. A lot of these have broken hit targets as well. I don't actually know what's in the way though, that's the problem. Can I afford anything here? Oh, I can afford a sugary soda. And you get to see the other glitchy animation. Actually, the game crashed. Never mind. It's so broken, dude. What did it crash for? What's like the diagnosis? Non-existent function reset position on base null. Oh, I see. I've got a new system for references. That's what it messed up with. Crazy crash to get, but you know, it's okay. Alright, I gotta give the beat an actual attack. So the problem is, in order for the beat here to attack, he's gonna need a walk cycle. And this is going to look either fantastic or so unbelievably bad. So I'm excited. Alright, so for reference, let's look at the Munchroom's walk cycle. So every 0.125. Let's see. Every 0.125 is a half step. Oh, this is gonna look so ridiculous. Oh, man. Oh, that's the wrong beat. Here's our boy. Alright, this is gonna look so stupid. This is gonna look so bad. I'll show you what I mean, because I have a very specific idea of how this walk cycle is gonna look in my head. And, it's bad. It's just bad. Alright. Oh, man. How long did it take him to walk over there? It's 2 seconds. He's gotta walk with the swagger. Oh, yeah. You know that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Alright, so it takes 2 seconds, the attack, and then the walk back. Oh, man, this is gonna look so stupid. I'll make this a 5-second attack. Alright, so we're gonna go to 125. We're gonna hit record. And we are going to start the first step. And how we're gonna do that is we're gonna take the right foot, going to bring the foot up like this, whole thigh back like that, and to about there. Now that can stay as is, I guess. Like I said, this is not going to look very good, I don't think. It's going to look very, very silly. So, we're going to take this, move it back here. Take this and move it. Don't do that. Oh boy. Oh, this is gonna look so dumb. They see me roll in, they hate. Yeah, this is gonna be something. Alright, so I'm gonna move this back halfway. Uh-oh. Gotta make sure this is set to the right number down here. I think all of the arm movements I'm gonna do like this. Save me a keyframe for each of those. Same with the actually I already did that for the head movement, so that's good. So at 0.5 we will bring hold on, so side goes forward and then okay. This is gonna look so silly, but that's how we're gonna have to do it, I think. I've got to make the leaves kind of follow. Check your phone. Okay. That's ridiculous. Never text me again. No, I'm kidding. Utterly wild. Alright, so... LOL, oh. It's those O messages that you know you're in trouble. Okay, so now we want to go to 5125. Can I just do this? And then just... No, I think it just snaps, so you have to kind of... Or no, it would be 625 that I want this at next. Right? 5, and then 6. 625, right? Did I get it? Yeah, I did. Okay, we're good. Sweet. So now we go like this. Now we're at the 1 second mark, so we want to go to 125. By the way, for the Spuddies and Sweeties, they can use the old art as references for where to place every image. Okay. I'll figure it out. Alright, I'm gonna delete all of these very last keyframes and use the starting keyframe. You'll see why momentarily. This walk cycle is so ridiculous. Okay. Alright, so now this is what we got. It actually really doesn't look that bad. Me walking up to you when you don't wipe down the weights. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some more water. right, team. I'm back. Water? I hardly know her. Wow. He just walks up to you and by sheer aura, you get hurt. Imagine. I think I'm gonna make him stand there for a second and really, really make you think. So I'm just gonna make all of the arms have another keyframe here. All of the arm segments, rather, because then that's going to make it a lot easier to actually do what we need to do. I'll even do chest and head and belly keyframes. So the wind up is going to be like there, I guess. And I don't know, it doesn't seem right. It goes from 2 seconds. This is at 125. You can do 2.4. And I think I'm gonna make him do an kind of like a uppercut with this arm. So we'll take that arm and we'll go. So at like 0.6, we will take this arm. Oh, that's actually gonna be kind of tough to deal with. What I could do is briefly make it come in front. Which isn't easy to do, but it's possible. So all we gotta do is take ordering. Right there, we will change it. I think right when that happens, I will also take the forearm scale That's kind of janky. I think I know why that happens. I think it's actually part of it's being controlled by the upper arm. So I would have to actually flip the whole arm around to do what I'm trying to do here. It's gonna look too stupid. Yeah, this might end up looking a little funky. Alright, so that z-index thing has to happen just a touch earlier. It's not really what I envisioned. Let's go back to the drawing board a little bit on that. I don't know what the heck that noise was. It sounded like a, you know, there's something falling. What the heck happened there? I don't know. What do you guys think of that animation? Does that look stupid? Definitely doesn't happen soon enough on this part. Move that back and then that, and that should. Back a hair. I think another thing I'm gonna do think that probably seems okay. Add another keyframe there. So that everything kind of stays still for a minute. And then we will reset to this point. Also, I think, take these things, reset them to where they were. I mean, this is gonna be a funky looking animation altogether. So he walks over, gives him a punch, and then he's gonna turn around and walk back. Right when it connects, I'll change the mouth. He looks so funny with that combination of facial features. Alright, and then we will take that whole walk cycle and send them back. Okay, copy, and then we'll put that right here. Alright, I think that attack animation is probably going to work fine. I just got to put the actual method calls in, and then we'll be good. This z-index change thing I'm not a huge fan of, but it should work fine for what we're trying to do. I opened the can of cat food and gave them both some broth to stay hydrated, and they both don't want it. Womp womp. Alright, so call method track. We're gonna add a go to attack target, and it's going to use a time of 2 seconds. I think that's what I had to do for the munchroom, right? Let's see. Yeah, and a time of 2 seconds, the hit point, and then return to home, 2 true. That'll be the hit point. Why am I not able to scroll? There it goes. Emit hit point. And let's see. Turn to home position. That'll start right at 3. It'll take 2 seconds. And it will flip him. So that should be it, I think. I've just got to go through and actually hook it up. So this is just going to use attack as the name of the attack. And we go into the beat down beat and enable it. And that should be it, I think. I've just got to add the finish here. And that should be all. Give it a go. See what it looks like. All right. Beat down beat. So that one buffed. That one did his attack. Whoa, what the heck? Okay. I don't know what the heck happened there. It's an interesting one. He's like slowly moving. What the heck? Bro drank Slim Fast, apparently. So how does the Munchroom handle it? I think having plenty of time is a big part of it, it looks like. Return to home position. Oh, I see. Very, very interesting the way that I did that, but it's fine, it works. I've got to actually tell him to turn back around. In 0 seconds. There we go. Try it again. Timing on that was a little funky. Is that buff? There's a buff. Alright, one of you has to actually hit me. Stop trying to hit me and hit me. Pow. Again, he kind of bugged out. And I don't know why. Do I just have to give that animation enough time to finish? I think that's what it is. Let's see. Return to home position. Interesting. Weirdly, it looks like I shouldn't need that second call at all. I'm gonna try it without it. I think I'm actually kind of muddying the waters by using it. I have a question. What's your question? I might have an answer. Did you name any of the layers the not so sweet potato? Maybe. I usually don't. It's so weird that it doesn't work how you'd expect it to. There are 42 unnamed layers. You're sleeping on the couch tonight. That seems fair. All right. I'm gonna see if just doing that will make it work. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Well, one of you hit me. Yeah, just keep buffing. Do it forever. There he goes. What on earth is happening with that? Like, I don't know. That's super weird. Offset.scale.x equals -1. And when the timer expires, it equals 1. So it should just reset to normal, but it doesn't. Hey, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. I'm not really sure what the heck's going on, why that's not working out. Let's see. Return to home position. How do I do it with the munchroom? Because the munchroom I'm pretty sure works every time. So it's a 6-second animation, and this happens at 5.2041, I guess. Maybe I'm just not giving it enough time. Just closed all the tabs after finishing a little program for an event on the weekend, so now watching others suffer in the code mines. That's fair. What were you working on? If you don't mind, if you don't mind saying so. See if that does it. See if I can get this guy to stop glitching out for just a moment. And there's his punch. And he does it again. I really don't know what's happening. Let me see what his actual position is, because something weird is going on. Probably not that guy. Well, according to the remote tree here, he actually is in position, according to this. That's so weird. Simple tournament bracket with nice transitions to a timer and counting points. That's really cool. How'd it come out? This is so strange. I don't know why this is happening like it's happening. Offset. So, came out great. Thought I was gonna finish it tomorrow night. Hey, finishing early is nothing to sneeze at. That's awesome. So, he's claiming... This is super weird. So, the character is actually claiming that it's in the right position. Like, that nothing is wrong. I'm not really getting... I'm thinking that it's because the idle animation is starting too soon, but the offset isn't set, like the flip of the character isn't set by the animator, so it shouldn't matter. So he punches, he goes back, and then that happens. Could you talk about the game while you're fixing the bug? Sure. So, Mountains and Molehills is a turn-based deck-building roguelike. I've said that way too many times now. Essentially, it's in the same vein as something like Slay the Spire, but the materials that you dig up are your attacks. And so, you choose an aspect at the beginning that determines what type of stuff you'll mine up. So the pickaxe will give you more stones, the shovel will give you more soils, and the prospector will give you more gemstones. And those relate to the types of attacks they are. So things that are stone-like this flint here, are ranged attacks. Things that are soil-like are melee attacks, and gems are like mage attacks. So they kind of have magic powers, 6 different elements that are in the game, and you fight through all of these different, like a garden area and a caves and so forth to progress through the story. I need to work on my elevator pitch, clearly. Yeah, see, he moves closer to his final position. I'm so confused as to why this is so funky. Interesting. So you get random resources until a fight and have to work with that in a fight. Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much the crux of it. I'm gonna try one more thing, just to make sure that I'm not crazy here. If I make this animation like 10 seconds long, will this start behaving? Sure, I'll go shovel this time. Also, you can buy and find random relics to spice up runs, like items in Isaac. Yep. Thank you, because I totally left that out. Is the enemy supposed to go thin at all, or is that part of the bug? That's just a bug. It's not supposed to happen ever. I have no idea why it is happening, to be honest. Because he's supposed to flip instantly. So, here, let me show you what I mean. But first, I just want to see if it works, and then we'll see what happens. Oh, now it just works. Either way, I died, but you know. Oh, well, what the heck? He just changed back out of nowhere. I don't know what the heck is going on with that. Anyway, so all that's happening is I'm calling this return to home position, which uses this change position function. It's part of the base animator class, and it just, you know, moves the character's global position to a new target. This never changes the scale at all, right? So the scale is only changed in this return to home position. So if flip X is true, then it, you know, flips the sprite around. It then waits for this timer to time out, and when the timer times out, it flips it back. What I'm not understanding is if I'm only ever setting this to -1 and to 1, there should never be a point where it's between those two states, but that's happening for some reason. So I'm not quite sure what's going on there. There is a chance that it's just some weirdness with the animation system. So why don't we close and reopen Godot and see if that changes anything? You flip the whole character scene? I heard nasty things happen if you flip a character like that. I'm not flipping the whole scene. I'm flipping one level down on this offset. And that I use to actually move everything around. That way the enemy doesn't get screwed up. Because, yeah, I heard something similar that flipping things that way is not good. I could find out a way to do it separately. It's just difficult because these characters are kind of complex. They're made up of a bunch of, you know... Well, I guess what I could do is I could flip just the skeleton. Because I think... Yeah, I could just flip the skeleton. That wouldn't work for every enemy, though. Some of them don't use the skeleton in that way. But I could. Let's see what happens now. I'm just curious. This is real funky. The thing that's really confusing me is that the remote scene is telling me that the numbers are what they're supposed to be, but visually that's not happening. Alright, well, it's going to be impossible to tell if I die. Alright, well, it still happened there. What if I never flip him in the first place, does it still happen? That'll be a good test. Let me see if my God mode cheat is currently functional. Oh wow, that animation's totally broken. Sick. Alright. I now have that many health. Can test this a little bit longer. Alright, so this time he never flips. Wow. Isn't that weird? I have no idea why that's happening now. What on earth? So let's see. If I go to... Nothing's happening here. So even though I'm not flipping it here, I'm telling it to flip back here. Let's try it without that. I've got a... Let's see. Alright, so he should walk backwards still. Wait for the animation to end. Remember, I made it 10 seconds for testing. Okay, so it's not happening based on that at all. It's something else entirely. It probably has to do with the reset track, if I had to guess. So if I get rid of this... Actually, before I get rid of that, what was the value? Oh no, so that wasn't... entirely the issue. I'm not scaling anything but the arms in the reset track, it looks like. So with that removed, let's see if anything changed. Because at this point, I'm pretty much just, you know, throwing things at a wall and seeing what sticks because I'm not sure what's going on. Sure, I'll parry. Why not? I almost forgot. Make myself super invincible. Okay. Very strange. I'm gonna be right back. All right. There we go. Volumes are where I want them. So, what is going on? So now we have both of them messed up. So let's see what we can do. Remote scene, in run, visuals, enemy position parent, enemy, offset. The offset's normal. The scale is exactly what you'd expect. Character visuals are exactly what you'd expect. Polygons, sprites. These aren't scaled weird. These aren't scaled weird. The skeleton isn't scaled weird. The hip bone isn't. Huh. What's up? That's okay. You can leave the door open then. Hi, Mr. Bart. You wanna jump up? Sorry if I backseat just throwing out ideas. Hey, it's no problem at all. All that animation happens in the fight. Play correctly in the editor. Yeah, they play correctly in the editor, but the editor doesn't call any of the functions on the call method track. So that's why I think that it has to do with the return to home position one. I'm just not quite sure how it could have to do with that when I have the line commented out. That's what I'm confused about. But yeah, it plays fine in the editor. I was really expecting to see the scale messed up on the hip bone here, because that's the base of the whole skeleton. Oh, look at that. The entire scene is scaled But I'm never doing that, I thought. Hey, Mr. Bart. Can you say hello to the camera? Or are you just gonna bump the microphone? Crazy cat. So at least we found out what's scaled. Bart, don't hang yourself by the microphone cable. Alright, so we found out what's scaled, but when is this getting scaled is the question. Because I don't really know when or why that would be happening, unless it's some old code that I haven't messed with in a while. Oh, I know what it is. I figured it out. I'm a genius. Or not. So, I have an old system from the previous animation, and I feel really dumb that I forgot about this. But, the old beat, this guy, when he approaches the character, he does it by, the position of the entire scene being moved in the old script. And you'll see, see if I can find where it happens here. Attacking variable is the one that it used. So this is the old enemy animator. And I think I still have it set up in the new one to use that because I'm stupid. Yeah, that's a little bit embarrassing. Sorry for the, you know, issues on that. So if we go to the beats buff animation, you'll see this needs attack position false, right? So this was a thing that I had in the old system to make it so that if an enemy is doing its attack in place, it doesn't approach the character. At this point, every attack should be false here, so I'm probably just gonna go through and set that to false here for now. And then I can go through and delete this after, which I'll add to the checklist. Yeah, that's on me. I mean, it's all on me. I made the game. But now it shouldn't need that independently set there, and that should no longer happen. Imagine that. And if it does still happen, then I quit game dev forever. So yeah, the code for turning the character around still exists, but I guess the code for turning him back doesn't. Famous last words. He's still gonna walk backwards, and it's still gonna take 10 seconds for the animation to end because of all the testing crap, but there's no reason for him to flip around now. Yeah, just goes back to idle. Jeez. That's the fun thing about programming. You are always your own worst enemy. I just got a random crit. That was awesome. And that was without using the luck item here. Mystery solved. Yeah, honestly, that is a really good feeling to be done with that part. So I can't be that upset. All right. So let's fix the actual animation now. Doesn't need to be like twice as long for testing anymore. So we'll bring that back down to 5 seconds. Bring this back over to here. Cool. That was ridiculous. All right, so now I can flip him around again. And we'll see how it looks in game. And then we can actually work on some of the rest of the checklist, because we don't have that much more time to work on this stuff because I've got work this weekend. Always fun. Give myself some luck. I want to see if I can defeat one of them. Get a crit. Come on. 15% chance. Yeah. I gotta work on tooltips tonight. Okay. Note to self. I need to flip them back around. I get a crit when I only have to do 1 damage. Nice. That was something. Okay, so this is why I ended up doing that with the munch room, where I had this flip back at the end. Look at that. I don't need to go through and test that. Let's I think that's everything that the beat has to do, all the animations that it needs. So we have all 4 idle animations: the hurt, death, buff, and attack. So why don't we throw some of the other enemies in? I guess the other enemy, there's not... The other ones have all been... You know, they're all mid-redesign. The Spuddies are going to take so long to re-implement. Oh no, there's 2 enemies. There's the onion and the munchroom. So we're up to 3 enemies re-implemented out of however many we're going to end up doing here. I'm hoping to get all the enemies on the list in. So we've got these guys. I'm going to call this done. Which, that's the real famous last words. I'm going to call this done. Alright. So this is like the best pairing you can get in terms of keeping yourself safe. Because the yellow belly onion doesn't have any attacks. And the munchroom, it can attack, but if it won't buff the onion because the attack buff does nothing for the onion. So that's pretty cool. I'll give myself thorns in case I get attacked anyway. And river sand. Give them both a smack. I'll hit the onion. So yeah, the munchroom's gonna attack buff. And I still need to fix that tear effect. Dang it. Dang it, Bobby. Let's see. I'll give myself some defense because he will do 5 damage. Or not. Okay, we're good. I actually could have just let the lesions do the damage. Did I get the parry? I did. Insta-kill. Alright, so the next fight has 4 enemies because I'm using a set seed. So let's see what we get. 2 munchrooms and 2 onions. The green munchroom this time. Alright, let's use a flint. punch this mushroom. This attack doesn't work right. Well, it does, but it doesn't have an animation right now. So I'll let it take this mushroom out, but it's gonna be kind of goofy. Oh right, I turned off the onion's band-aid because I was using it for an animation in the last short. Gotta remember to turn that type of thing back on when I do that. I guess I'll build some thorns. That way I can attack the onions. That would have been a sick time for a crit. The gravel's not actually supposed to do that animation anymore. But all the attacks need rework. Let's see. See if I can get some crits with some luck here. No crit. Crit? No crit. It looks like the effects are expiring the way they should, which is good. Watch, I'm gonna buff my attack, and then I'm going to get a crit anyway, and it's not gonna matter. Or not. I thought I was gonna be able to call it. I'll take this one out. Yeah, that was gonna do a ton of damage no matter what. I may as well heal. Kaolinite still has no animation. I actually have nothing that does have an animation right now. Digging crashes the game because it doesn't have an animation. Wonderful. Alright, non-existent function, get RNG in game settings. That's true. That's so true. I think my temporary this is my temporary solution to that while I've been working on the alpha. Have you tried not crashing? I'm working on it. Speaking of which, I need the dig animation to be done. So let's see. I need to do the tooltips for the effects, the tooltips for the relics, the tooltips for the cards. I need the animation for the Kaolinite. And the pumice. I think the pumice could probably just use the flint animation because its original animation is pretty close to that anyway. Oh my god, I can't type today. For refining the sweet potato, I'm adding way more root arms to a rig to be able to make it extra juicy. Okay, but that's going to take me a while. I mean, all of it's going to take me a while. Let me import the new Spuddy stuff, because if that's all set, I should probably go through and actually do it. So let's see. Open our network drive. Spuddies. Yep, these are the new ones. They were added an hour ago. copy all of that into the folder here. Enemies, Spuddies. I'm gonna add a new folder. Call it Puppet. Paste it all in there. Make sure it... Yep, it imported. So, what does our new stuff look like? Because we could do some rigging. If it's not worth it, I'll give you one of my shiny Pokemon. Wow. This should be lowercase. Alright. It's so weird having them actually separated into, like, you know, pieces. Because they were never like that before. You have the shadow for the flower on its own layer. Good lord. Alright, so I guess we can rig up the Spuddies because that has to get done. It's just gonna be... It's gonna take quite a bit of work to get done because they're so unique. Not sure if you'd ever want to remove the flower or move it on Waffle. Waffle, the flower does actually move. I can show you. So if we look at the old Spuddies here, and we go to the hurt animation, you'll see the flower pops off there. And I think even in the solo attack, no. I don't know. There's several different animations for these guys. I do miss what they used to look like, but I'm gonna have to actually get them working. Like, the big problem with this, what's gonna make this so difficult to deal with, is that I'm going to have two sets of characters on a single enemy. I think what I should do is set it up so that I'm able to have a child enemy of another enemy. That way I don't have to do something really funky with this one character, and I can do things with other characters in the future that have multiple animators. Because, like, the base scene here, let me make a inherited scene. You see I have, like, these different boxes that things can fall into, right? So under character visuals, we have polygons for the actual deformable parts of the enemy, or of the enemy. We have sprites, which are for pieces of, like, their face, particle effects, and the skeleton. Child enemy setup will also be useful later during the minecarts if you ever add. Yeah, the minecart enemy is also going to need to have a child process sort of deal. So I think if I take an enemy animator and it has a child animator, all it's gonna do, it's gonna have an offset for that. I think it'll have an offset for that child one and an offset for itself. That way with the Spuddies, right, when they're next to each other, they have a bit of space, but when they're by themselves, they're right in the center. So it'll have that, and then every time it calls to run an animation, it will just send the same animation to the child ones. I think that's the only way I'm going to be able to do this. The cats are so weirded out by the door being closed for the air conditioner. Yeah, I think that's going to be how I'm going to have to end up doing it. But I have drank way too much water and way too much coffee, so I'm going to be right back again. All right. Yeah, so I think we're gonna have to do a child enemy situation for this to work. It's gonna be a little funky. The only thing that makes this safe, I think, is there is... I have to make sure I'm saying this right. Yeah, there is no time where enemy scenes are counted. Because if there is, then we're gonna be in trouble. Okay, that looks pretty cool. Alright, you are excused for adding extra roots, because that does look really cool. Yeah, so as long as the enemies aren't counted, we should be good. Okay. All right, so... Why don't we just call this 256 for now? That'll just stay like that, unless we need to set it separately. Okay. Cool. Did I not add oh, I did. Okay. So the first thing I'll do is animator? Animator. I'm going to move the parent one backward. And then... No, we'll do this after. Let me make sure I'm doing this 100% right. So I'm going to add it to the array first. Bro's about to write the spaghettiest of code. Hey. Truth hurts. Alright, so... I'm going to add it to the array. That way I can check if I've got it without accessing... Yeah, no, that works. So then we'll actually add it as a child. We'll set the scene position to this position plus custom offset distance, and then I'll move this one. All right. So just to walk through that again, it's going to add it to the actual array. Then it'll add it as a child. And it will move it forward by this distance and move the existing one back. And that should do everything I need it to do. And let me just make sure that everything is going to work the way I want it to. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to... Oh yeah, that'll definitely work. So it's going to do the normal play animation, but then it's also going to do for enemy animator in child enemy scenes. I.play animation. Oh, don't do that. So this should do everything that I want it to do. I believe. So now what I have to do is animate. I have to create the scene for each Spuddy and do some testing. Oh man, this is gonna be kind of rough. Yeah, this is gonna take a while. Though, I don't know. Am I even going to make the Spuddies have a skeleton that... No, I have to, right? But I don't think I have to make their bodies deform. crazy sentence, by the way. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll make them have slight deformity? However you'd say it. Just so that they can have cooler animations. Want any chicken nuggies? Yeah, I'll take like 8 or 12, or 16 or 24 or 32. How fire would it be if she actually brought me 32 nuggets? I'd lose my mind. Alright. Ro wants a Minecraft stack. Yeah, I'll take 64. Alright, so why don't we take one of the spuddies in, and we will... Was that what was supposed to happen? Yeah. So this is our base to work off of. And we will just start it up, I guess. So we'll start with the polygon. I think I'm going to give them all the same skeleton if I can possibly help it. It's going to be kind of tough, but... I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? Because they're all going to have unique animations. I'm like trying to think ahead to make this as simple on myself as I can. Alright, let's make this guy semi-transparent. So the texture for Chip's body is right here. And we will... try it just like that, I guess. Do some internal points. I don't think I need 4 internal points. I think I'm just gonna do like this. And we'll lay out our polygons here. I usually do triangles intentionally in the middle, just because it makes it a little bit easier to control how it deforms. And then, you know, for this one, I'm just going to do triangles all around, because he's going to be kind of a... Yeah, we'll just do it like this. That should deform not realistically, but how I expect. Okay, I'm gonna move this more or less in line with the old one. The old one's it's not a perfect one-to-one, so I'm just gonna have to kind of live with it how it is. kind of spread them out more on this side of the arm. Should do it. We'll do some internal points here. And start defining this. Oh no. Polygons. Where did my internal point down here go? That should do what I want there, and then we can do quads for the rest of this because it doesn't matter as much. I might have to give some more resolution here later, but they really don't. These limbs don't matter because they're meant to be kind of rubber hose-ish. Okay, we'll move that up to here. That's going to go behind the body. I said behind the body. Armor. Arm right. Same deal here. We'll tightly pack them over here. So. Move these around a little bit. All right. Our internal points. And our polygons. Yep. Don't have to tell me twice. All right. At least for the Spuddies, I can use the same arm. And for the Sweeties, I can use the same arm. So it shouldn't be too bad to do. The left arm should be in front, technically, if we think about it. All right. Keep on keeping on. Left leg. We're gonna pretty much do all of their limbs exactly the same. So these kind of spread out points. On the, actually, oh god dang it. We'll do these close together points on the back. And that should make it deform kind of how I expect it to. Okay. The feet are going to be kind of weird. But that's fine. Once I put the skeleton together, we can kind of get an idea of how they'll act, how everything's actually going to react, and we'll see how it goes. Nope. His leg is the opposite as it was before, but I think it'll look fine. Leggle. I can go up here. Polygon. Yeah. Leg R. And it's going to be the same deal here. Alright, that should do it. Not very complex models here. And yet still probably more complex than they need to be. What did I do here? I see. It's supposed to be this polygon. I was like, something ain't right. Alright. Go through and get all that done. Fun thing is this: the Spuddies will be a lot easier to deal with if I didn't try to give all four of them very, very unique personalities. If I had just, you know, kept it simple, these guys would be a lot easier to deal with. Luckily, though, I will never learn my lesson. Okay. Default is just this dot. Closed is this. There's 3 eyes, right? Closed, dizzy, dot. Yeah. So dizzy, we're gonna keep with the rest of the enemies and call it stunned. All right, and we will move that to the right side. His right. Default is left dot. Closed. Stunned. Default. That right there. And oh, they all have the same. Okay. Well, the nice thing is if they're all exactly the same, then the Spuddies can have the same skeleton too, and then we'll be in good shape. So, default mouth. Smile. Sweet. Sister, sadistic. I love the Spuddies just T-posing. Yeah. Alright. Now, this is the new and improved chip. So, that's pretty neat. Start working on the skeleton now. Bone. Hip. Hello. There it goes. Thigh right. Go right here. Can I like make these bones a lot smaller? Can I actually not change the size of the gizmo? I guess not. Actually, no, I'm not gonna make the thigh one yet. I'm gonna just be smart about this. Okay. I really wish it would let me scale these gizmos. Let me see if it's possible in here. Yeah. Much, much better. I was gonna say that was gonna bother me forever. So I'm gonna do these guys like I did the which one is it that doesn't have a separate chest? The red mushroom? Yeah, belly and then head. I'm gonna do it like that. There's no reason for them to have a separate chest bone here. Hi. Did you bring me nuggies? Thanks. That is a lot of nuggies. Huh? Thanks. All right, I'm back. I just don't like eating with my microphone on, making just a really uncomfortable part of the stream. All right, so I now have this MASH scene, which is going to be pretty much the same scene, but I'm going to change out the texture here. Should have replaced myself with a munchroom. Oh, that's such a fire idea. Next time. Look how stupid he looks. Oh my gosh. Poor MASH. I think I'm going to leave this as is, though, and it should be okay. Let's see. So I want to get the MASH image and put it right there. Okay, good. I gotta change the eye back to default, make it easier to move. And I will, oops, change the mouth. Alright, and then I'm just gonna change the skeleton to match as well. Whoa. Oops. Should do it. The only thing I'm gonna change is shoot. I should have known that was gonna happen. There we go. Cool. So now, now everything should be set up where Mash is his own dude. The only thing that got messed up is a placement of the eyes. Okay, we'll hide the skeleton. Now, Mash should be able to do his thing. Hello. Seems good to me. Alright, so this will be the skeleton reset pose, but we need to set the actual animator reset pose for these guys, and then we'll be in good shape. Okay, I just want to make sure that he didn't get altered by the scene getting altered. So I might try to get these guys working first and then go through and do the sweeties the same way. That way I don't bury myself too deep if it doesn't work out great. Do the sweeties have their own folder on the drive? I'm noticing I only have Spuddy stuff. Or did I just do something wrong here? Same folder? What am I missing here? Oh, because I'm searching Spuddy. I'm an idiot. Ignore me. We're good. I was like, what's going on here? Well, no, they're all right here. The main reason I asked is I wanted to see if the sweeties had their own facial expressions, but it looks like they all share one set of mouths and eyes. Alright. So, here's where things are going to get interesting. Because I need to animate these guys to interact with each other. That's going to be difficult. Very, very, very difficult. Before I go too much further, let me make sure that Mash animates kind of how I expect him to. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. That doesn't really move much at all. That's a little awkward. I think I'm going to go through and change the weights on the head. And then I'll have to do the same thing on you, unfortunately. I don't think it's going to carry over. Yeah. And hopefully that will move a little bit better. Yeah, big brain. Cursed. Alright, that's more what I was expecting. He looks so sad. I just want to make sure the deformation doesn't look too terrible, that's all. So if I go this, starting to look a little bit like a tater tot. Do 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 do. All right. So, I've got to make them their own individual animations. And then they're together animations. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Just had to check something real fast. All right. So with Mash and Chip just about ready, we are going to go through and make their reset animations. So we want everything to be how it is when they are default. So, for Chip, he's kind of a simple guy. Whoa. So he's just gonna stand like this. This will be his reset. So all we gotta do is go through, take all of these bones, and set their position, rotation, and scale. And that will make our reset animation. So when you reset it, all of these things are where they started. Same thing, we can go here. We can do animation. We can go here, animation. And we can go here, animation. So now which animation that the eyes are in, the mouth is in, and the position, rotation, and scale of all of the bones. That is all set up. So now anything that we do to reset or to change how Chip here looks, you know, whatever we do, if we go back to reset, he goes back to this pose. Even if we go through the skeleton and reset it to the T pose, if we go back to reset, he looks like this. That's what we want. So we will save that. Do the same thing with Mash. Hilariously, this is pretty much Mash's pose, but we'll, you know, we'll give him a little bit of a something something. He's kind of a celebratory little guy. So he's gonna look like this. A real simple setup. Make a test animation. Take all of these. Position, rotation, scale. Animation. 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 All right, our reset is set up for Mash as well. So, how are we going to do the animations for each individual? Is the question. I think I might do their solo stuff first and then go through and make their together versions. So their solo, they kind of just don't do a whole ton. Do primary idle 0. So the only thing with their solo stuff is that they're always kind of sad. Okay, and we will do... Hello, Bart. That was very loud. Apparently you'd like to say hello? You wanna jump up? Loudest Bart ever. Come here. Hey. That got onto the mic. I don't doubt it. That was the loudest I've ever heard him meow. Like, he didn't just meow, he just yelled at me. Probably complaining that it's too hot out today. Yeah, but it's like nice and cold in my room. Alright, so that'll just be Mash's solo sad face. Just kind of tapping each foot, moving pretty slow. Bart, you want to jump up or not, bud? I want to say he's thinking about it, but not much is going on upstairs with Bart. It's pretty simple. You could be a simple kind of cat. All right, so also a 4-second idle for Mr. Chip. Chip, don't look so happy. Your brother's dead. There you go. I think Chip can keep a pretty simple animation. Because, you know, Mash is simple in a very different way than Chip is simple. Chip just works his 9 to 5, does his thing, and comes home. Spends his whole life very, very whelmed. Mash has not a single thought in his head. Not one. He's still working on the first one. In that way, Mash is more of a Bart. Isn't that right, Mr. Man? I will not tolerate this Bart slander. Well, if he'll jump on my lap, I'll stop calling him dumb. Come here, Mr. Bart. He's like, I don't get it. Poor Bart. Bart threw himself in the trash. I've got a new trash can. He just walks over and puts his whole head in. Bart's like, if I'm so stupid, I guess I'll just throw myself away. It's so sad. I'm gonna make myself cry. Oh, I love Bart so much. Oh, man. Alright, so the secondary idol. It's where all the secondary ones for the Spuddies are going to be the primary one, but twice as fast with twice as much energy. Okay. So instead of being sad, it's not really what I wanted to do. Not really what I intended to do. I feel like this little divot in Chip's eye makes him look just a touch sad even when he's not. You see what I'm saying? It like ever so slightly makes him look sad. Just right here. We don't acknowledge Chip's undiagnosed depression. Noted. Look how much happier he is when he's with his brother. This is the with the brother one versus the not. It's just slow and meh. Alright. We've got to do the same thing for Mesh. We're going to take this idle animation and we are going to duplicate it and make it secondary. And we are going to make everything happen twice as fast. I'm pretty sure there's a way to do this manually. It's not what I'm trying to do. Now instead of at the 1 second mark, we'll make it all at the half second mark. Okay. Now we select everything but that. And keep doing exactly the same thing. There's got to be a way to scale keyframes. I just don't know what it is. I mean, other than just playing the animation twice as fast. Because that'll obviously create some other issues to deal with that I don't want to deal with. Alright, cool. Okay. Okay, do that there and there. Same with this. Okay, and this. I'm gonna just move those all out of frame. All right, that'll do. So, for their together animation, this is where things are going to get weird, because we're going to have to test this by doing some weirdness with this. So, the front Spuddy is always the primary. So Mash is the primary, Chip is the secondary. So we'll take our Spuddy's Chip scene, and we're just gonna throw it in here, and we're gonna put it right there. All right. So what did I make that default distance? 256. So what happens if I add 256 to you? All right, you're like a quarter mile away. That's not what we want. Try 64. Try 32. All right, so I think 32 is what we're gonna go with. So in this scene, effectively what we want to do is animate everything so that they are interacting along this origin line, right? So if they are physically touching at all, it's along that line. The only issue I have is trying to make them hug. I'm going to have to change the order of the layout to get the arm here to go in front. Should be a little bit odd, but it should work. But yeah, this is going to be really, really, really awkward to deal with. I think what I'm going to do is this. Now I'll have... that's a little close, isn't it? I'll do 35, I think. All right, so let me think about this. We're going to be animating as if this is the final distance that they're going to be at. So, for the hug, we're going to copy all of our tracks. And effectively what we're going to do, I'm going to make him turn around without turning around. So he's going to tilt like this and like this. Alright, gotta get rid of that second keyframe there. It's too hot upstairs to draw. I'm gonna take a break and listen to the stream in front of the fan. Well, if you want, you can come listen to it in front of the air conditioner. That's a little unsettling. I think I need to like full send it and rotate him further. And then I'm going to put the order of operations on the arm here. Like I said, it's a little unsettling, but it should be okay. Why is this not increasing like I would think? Oh, because I'm changing the index of the bone. That's not what I want to do. I want to change the Z index of the polygon. I was like, what is happening? All right, so wow, is that cursed? Look at the distance on that thing. Whoopah! It's like he smacks him. All right. Yeah, this is a little unsettling, isn't it? Don't do that. Why are his eyes angled like that? Oh no. This is so unsettling. All right, so that's that, I guess. There we go. That looks a lot better. Chip and Mash need the No Square song? No, don't say that. Alright, I'll raise the arm up a little bit. You perv. Ridiculous. You should be ashamed. Do you get any emails from the place? That's a good question. I'll take a look. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. A do 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 do. Do 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 do. I am not seeing any. No, I did not. Not yet. I don't know what their big holdup is. At the very least, if they don't respond, we can find other places to do showcasing for the game. I mean, I wasn't like completely 1,000,000% married to the idea of this happening, so I'm not going to be that upset. Just because I know not to count my chickens before they hatch, as they say. I realize I've been drinking the caffeinated water packs. I've been very careful not to because I'm trying not to drive my body too insane by having coffee and caffeinated water. Oopsie daisy. My blood donation. Well, it's not like it's had 3 and a coffee. Well, I mean, at some point that seems like it's becoming your fault. Alright, let's see. How bad does this look? Gotta make the hand distance part go faster. I mean, I think that it'll probably be fine. Personally, I'm sure half the people that show up there had a coffee on their way in. Alright, so gets a little hug and goes back. And now I just need to do the same thing for Chip. And then they will be good in that regard. These animations take so long, man. He looks so sad. Oh, infinite recursion. That'd be funny if it let you do that. Anyway, I think I'm going to end off the stream. That way I can kind of just focus and work and not think about commentating, because there's a lot left to do. Chip and Mash here are just the tip of the iceberg. We've got the other two, the Super Sweeties. We have 2 bosses to deal with. We have everything on this list that needs to be done, and we're going to try to get all of it done before next Wednesday. So it's going to be a long one. Thank you guys very much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, be sure to hit the like button and follow Podunk Games at Podunk Games on wherever you get your social media. We're all over the place. We got shorts that come out multiple times a week. We do all sorts of stuff. And make sure that you wishlist Mountains and Molehills on Steam. I'm going to see you guys later. Goodbye.